And at some point, since you can also save those designs, for example, those modular engines I was talking about, we can simply store them here. In the building menu, you can just copy paste, like Control C and then Control V, and you save the design in there. So of course I saved the entire ship, which is a little bit crazy. You can then choose the material to rebuild it, and then I can just click in there and place it wherever I want. Of course, this is a very strange piece to place anywhere, because you can't just place it in the open space. You need to place it on a block, so it's a little bit awkward, but it works. And it works especially well for the modular engines, like I was saying, like this one, which is an early version of the modular engine I was showing earlier. And I could simply build it right here to place on a different ship altogether. So yeah, although the game seems very simple, and the build menu seems very simple, and these blocks seem very simple, they actually are not. You can do very complex things with it, and considering now that more system blocks are getting integrated, it will be even more fun to keep everything balanced in these stats, and trying to find... It's the difficulty. It's not actually to make the ship functional in terms of having all the stats right. What's really difficult is finding the most efficient balance for the amount of blocks you have, for the mass your ship has, and the stats it currently displays. So the biggest output you get from energy, shields, mass, hull, for the smallest frame possible is what you are looking for. Now, I'm trying to extend this ship to the back to try and get it some anger with some fighters. But to increase the size like that, I'll need to also increase crew quarters, generator energy, and possibly shields would be good too. But first, let's see. So this is gonna dive down in there. This is gonna be Eden. It can drop right there. Okay, and okay, this is Neonite generator, and this hyperspace core. Okay, hyperspace core. Let's increase the size. $20,000, 167,000 credits. Ah, that's a little better. And this is a generator, so let's increase the generator size. Why? What's happening? Ah, it's this. Okay. What's the matter? Something is wrong. Let's delete it. Remove the match block and do it manually. Okay. Right there, and is that it? Did I nail it at the first try? Have I? I don't think so. I think it's slightly misaligned. But it will do. A massive energy production. Yeah, I know what you mean, Kitsuna. It happens to me too. In fact, it's been happening to me for the past 4 days. I have a massive sketch in my head that I want to do, and I can't get my head out of it. But I can't do it yet. I don't have enough resources yet, so it will have to wait a little bit longer. So for now, I'll be happy to just improve this ship a little better and start moving around. Let me see. You're actually going to... Okay. Premium crew quarters. And this is shield generator. But before the shield generator, well, okay, we better place it now before I forget. Shield generator. And edge armor. That's a little too much. Like this, and just slightly less. Okay. That's good enough for what I'm thinking. Now, we're gonna need to okay, where is the gyro array made of trinium? Let's use it as filler. For these small gaps. Okay. And let's do the same on the other side real quick. Let's copy. Let's paste. Yep. And same with the other one. So gyro array it's useful at this point for these feelings, considering it immediately drives up your yaw, pitch and roll. Now, of course, by doing this, I'm actually covering a little bit of these directional clusters, so I should probably not do this like this. Let me see. Yeah. But it's not bad. That one can stay like that. It's just the other one, smaller one. I want to see if I can make it slightly different. By not pressing it against the thruster and instead supporting it in there. So okay. Alright. And let me look at you from the front. Okay. Okay, let me look up. Alright. Alright, I guess that works. Let's see. Let's get energy container to be able to store a little more. And speaking of which, I think I even placed in here the other engine. Yeah, here it is. So haha, that would be crazy. Doing something like this. The core of the ship? Yeah, well, considering you have this tool to transform any block into any block, you can simply update the materials later on as you need and as you get them, for the most part, especially if you do a clever build. So if you build your ship in a way that you can always access every block with minimal effort, which is something I didn't do on this ship when I first built it, because it was my first ship. So internals were a complete mess. So when I had to remake it and change things with the new blocks, it was quite messy. Especially with upgrading to new materials. For the longest time, I had parts inside it. I was flying in Xanian and Trinian territory, and for the longest time inside it, I still had titanium generators, because they were placed in a way that to remove them I would almost have to destroy the entire ship. Basically, if you look carefully with the materials, you'll find that some of them are better to do systems and some of them are better to do armor, for example. And they usually the ships work best in combinations of two materials. For example, titanium neonite. Titanium for armor and neonite for systems. If you look at neonite, there is no armor made of neonite. There is hull, blank hull, windowed hull. There are all the system blocks, but there is no armor. But there is titanium armor. And the same goes for Trinium, and Xanian. So you can find Trinium armor, but you cannot find Xanian armor. So Xanian for systems and Trinium for armor. Usually that's the most cost-effective way to make your ship, but I usually like to do, for example, right on this ship when I just refurbished it, I basically excavated all the interior and left solely the outer shell. And obviously the outer shell was made of armor, and that could be one material, and the insides were made of a different material, probably on this case neonite. The exterior was titanium. Now I've upgraded a little, so I started integrating some things with Trinium too, but that's mostly because I haven't got any Xanian, so... But if you see, I'm still avoiding to make systems out of Trinium. I'm mostly using the Trinium to do armor, and that's because systems will be for Xanian. Still, at the very end, when you get to the center, you'll be doing Ogonite for armor and Avorion for systems. Hey Sleepytor, I'm currently on Rusty's Galaxy. It's a semi-open server. I can to access it, you'll have to go through the Discord channel to see the rules, find the address, and install the correspondent mod pack. I can place a Discord invitation for you on the chat. Let me see. So, if you want to know more about the server, or if you wish to visit us and come play in here, just take a look on the Discord channel for the server that you can find right there. Basically, it's a semi-open server. You can only log in on the server if you have the mod pack installed. The mod pack, you have a link available at the Discord channel, and the server itself has a lot of people currently. As you can see, even at this time, there's still a lot of people online. It's an European server, and it's PvE, player versus environment, but also has PvP restricted to the core. So in the center, at the center of the galaxy, where you have Ogonite and Avorion and the final boss, PvP is allowed. Outside the center, it's not allowed. So if you want to, just go there, read, check the informations you want, and if you decide to, come make a visit. Same for you, Kitsune, or you, Brian. Okay, so let's continue this build. So we need to add some more storable energy, some capacity to store more energy, and we still need to solve the hangar question. But first, let's cover this exit. And directional thruster. Okay, Sleepy Tor. So where are you from? In Portugal. I'm speaking in English because obviously the audience is international, so I don't want to speak Portuguese with you, but just for curiosity, I'm in Lisbon. Okay, I'm gonna place a thruster going through the whole length of the ship. I think it crashed again. I don't know why. Yeah. Let's see. Devious will probably need to do some tweaks at some point. Since the server seems slightly more unstable than it was before the wipe. You're in Porto? Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Kitsune. You can, if you planned ahead and made your ship modular enough, you can do that exactly. You can remove and change a particular block with easy access to make it more capable of carrying more cargo or more planes, depending of what you want. But ultimately, I find that in the end, I end up changing very little on the ship itself. If I ever end up running with a big hole, like you seen yesterday, you were with me yesterday, so when I suddenly found a very big hole that I didn't have enough space to carry everything, I simply added a giant cube of cargo bay to be able to carry everything with me. As long as it's functional, everything goes. And Sleepy Tor, yeah. You're in Porto. Nice. So, just take a look on the Discord channel It's open. Everybody on the server is friendly. It's cool people, everyone. The administrator name is Devious. He's always online, either on the game itself, or if he's not on the game, at the very least, he's on Discord. So he's always present. And server, I can tell you that from our perspective, considering you're also in Portugal, from most servers that I know, this is probably, together with the official test server for Europe, the two best servers in terms of ping. So yeah, there's also that. And adding to that, this server has a mod pack that adds a lot of very cool gameplay features that are not present in the vanilla version of the game, from being able to refurbish abandoned mines, to being able to find better loot, to being able to build turrets and weapons, more effective ones. Several little tweaks, including in trading, to help you know of trade routes. So there's this mod too, that adds a little more info to the trade modules, allowing you to know also what amount to buy of each good to make how much profit, which is information that it's not available readily in the vanilla version. So, and Devious is constantly updating the mod pack to include new mods with newer functions. And we also have the beta branch of the game activated on Steam to get the most latest updates the developer puts out. And that's basically it. So if you want to, just come up and visit us. Yeah, it was. But you know, Kitsuna, I was able to do that, but two things. First, I don't know if you remember, but the cargo bay cube that I made, it cost a ton of money. So, and it's very hard to calculate exactly the best size for what you're going to need, because the amount increases exponential when you're doing a cube and increasing its size and resizing it. And also, I was able to do it because my ship actually had great mobility. Because if it doesn't have a great mobility, adding some crazy cargo hold on top of it might make it very hard to maneuver. But yeah, what I did was basically I grabbed a cargo bay and I slapped a giant cube of cargo bay on top of the ship to be able to carry everything. And for example, if I did that on this ship, she would be very close to be unable to fly. But my other ship, in where I did it, is so big that she could handle a cube and then some. Yeah, Sleepy Tor. You're installing the game or the mod pack? If you have any doubts or any difficulty, don't be afraid to ask, just say so. Either ask me or in here, or even Devious on Discord is always helpful and is a nice guy. So I guess I'm starting to take damage over time because I already increased the size of the ship too much. Is that it? Doesn't seem like it, so I don't know. Why am I taking damage? Okay, so where was I? I already lost myself. Yeah, I need to increase the energy storage. I need to increase crew quarters, and I need to increase Anger Bay. And I also need to increase, glad we talked about it, cargo hold, since I have none whatsoever. So let's start it. First, do what is this? What is this? I thought I had erased this already. I did, but then the server crashed and it wasn't recorded, so yeah. Okay. Okay. You know how to do it, right? It's not that difficult. As long as you're tech savvy enough. Just copy the content into the game install directory and you should be good. Copy paste and replace and you should be good to go. Also, I think I already said it. Don't forget to activate the beta updates on the game's properties. Right clicking on the game on Steam. Okay, and this is probably gonna vanish. Very likely these two. So Sleepytor, just let me know if you have any problem in installing it. Just extract the RAR, copy the content, and paste it inside the game's install directory. Okay, if it's done, you just start the game. Go to multiplayer. Go to multiplayer. Join via IP, and then in here, server address, you're going to write the address for this server, 78.31.67.88. Add server, and refresh, and you should have this info displaying in front of whatever name you gave it. Okay. Sleepytor, what I was saying, you don't need the code for the private beta. You just need to activate the beta branch. So just right click on Avorion, go to properties, last tab named beta. It has a slight drop down. Just choose the drop down beta, new changes beta, and let the game update. Yeah, of course, you need to have the game closed for it to take effect. You can't do it with the game running. Okay. So, after you launch the game, just go to multiplayer, like I showed earlier. Go to multiplayer, join via IP, and you're gonna write in the server address the address I wrote up there in the chat. The IP 78.31.67.88, and you're gonna add server and refresh, and the information on the server should show up. Beta Rusty's Galaxy semi-open PvE CorePvP. Hello, Brandsmith. And then all you have to do is join. Just make sure the game has updated before you launch. And make sure the Avorion client up here, it says Avorion client beta 0.10.5 R7633. If it does, all you have to do is write this server address. You need to have the modpack installed, of course, like I said earlier. Add the server and join. Did you manage to connect to the server? Sleepytor, what's your in-game name? So, back to finish this build, I was just going to add some directional thrusters in here. To try and cross the entire length of the ship side to side. Okay, I guess in terms of length, Right. Grid size, scale step. They always reset when you log out, so don't forget about that. Ooh, that's a little too much. Too much. No, 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 no. Okay, let's try this again. X-axis and... Okay. Analog boredom. Yeah, I see you. So, it's your first time playing this game? Since you just entered the server, Rusty should have sent you automatically some 100,000 credits and some resources for you to build your first ship. Just use the Neonite to build a shield generator, since it's the only material you have right now that will allow you to build one, so don't waste a Neonite doing anything else other than a shield generator. Other than that, you can use Titanite to make an energy generator and anything else with whatever you got. Just make sure to save the Neonite for the shield generator, or at best the shield generator and the hyperdrive core. Raiding shipyard repair dock. But I need the research. Research. I want research. Well, the hyperdrive core already gave me some more range in my jumps. Let's see. Mail. Let's send a welcoming gift to Analog Boredom. Yes, I think I already got some crew. Sleepy Torch, check your mail in game. I hired some crew, yes, and for now I think I'm fine. Already have space for one more module, so let's throw it in there. I guess some energy is always welcome. As for building, let's see. Copy, paste, delete. And okay. Sleepy Tor, check your mail in-game, top right. There's an envelope icon. Just check if you received what I sent. Okay. So I need to place some more energy container. Yeah. You probably got one from the server and one from me. Just make sure you don't waste the neonite. And don't spend yeah. And when you start building, always keep one thing in mind. Don't ever spend your whole load of materials. And the reason for this is whenever your ship gets damaged and you need to repair it, you'll need to have the materials to do the repairs. So if you make your ship out of neonite and titanium, whenever it gets damaged, you'll need to have neonite and titanium to do the repairs. So that's why I'm saying save some neonite and don't spend it all. Keep some in your bank account in case you need to do some repairs later, before you get to neonite territory. In any case, if you do need and get in trouble, just ask, and people will give you some neonite for repairs, but it's preferable if you keep some just in case. So Okay. Who's firing? Yeah, mini Borg cubes work very well indeed. It's like I said, in terms of aesthetics, um, I like to make complex ships, but a ship doesn't need to be complex in order to fly. You can make a basic Borg cube with some crew quarters, slap some thrusters on every face, an engine on the back, some energy generator in one of the surfaces, and you have a functional ship. Okay, so let's get a larger hangar. Man, perspective illusion. Okay. How many fighters? 3 to 25, which means, yeah. So 3. Uh, yeah, largest size, it's probably 8 blocks. So in that case, it would only fit 3 fighters. Up to 25 if they are single block fighters, which is not nearly enough, so let's play some more. And well, why not? A little more. Now let's merge all these hangars into one. If he lets me. He should let me. Let's see if I can force it. Perfect. Okay. Let's get rhenium armor, slap it on this exit. Okay. As long as these entrances are open, no problems. And however, okay. Now, yeah, I already closed it. That gap, there's still a gap in there, but I think I'm gonna leave it for some visual effect later. This gap right here. These lights, I don't know if they're gonna be able to stay there, but for now let's leave it. Okay, and okay. We need more crew quarters, so let's take care of that. But first, this is hyperspace core. Exactly what I was looking for. Let's turn off the match block. And actually, let's turn it on and let's place hyperspace core right here. Hyperspace core, transform block. Not enough. We'd need 21,000 cranium, so let's make it of neonite. Hyperspace core. There it is. This should give us a very good range for the moment. And we are already having problems again with yaw, pitch and roll. They are all below 1. Mostly because mass has increased a lot. So let's start by not forgetting about this. Maybe not like this. This may be a little too much. Or not. Actually, I don't think it is. Actually, I think I just got an even better idea, so it's actually good. Let's see. Let me just picture it. Okay. And crew quarters. Are in dire need, so turn off the mirroring, glue it there and extend it. What's the matter? Why can't you pass from here? What's getting stuck in what? Probably it's just the percentage of mass inside other blocks. Not a big deal, so let's just do this and this. Thank you. Let's merge these two. No, not yet, in case we need to change it. It's getting quite big indeed. But that's the problem. When you start adding something, you'll end up having to add more of everything. Because you'll need more energy, and you'll need more crew, and then you'll have more weight, so you'll end up needing more engines and more thrusters. But for now, let's see if I can Hyperspace. Just a little less. Okay. That's probably good enough. Okay. And let's see about the engines. I don't think I have enough trinium. Maybe I do. Let's see. Well, almost. Nope, 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 nope. I don't need symmetry, but there's a bare minimum. Seems fine. Well, when building Sleepytor, remember that you need to have crew quarters and energy generators in advance for the ship you want to build. Because without energy generators, your crew will die because the life support won't function. On the other hand, if you don't have enough crew quarters, your crew will also slowly die because they have nowhere to live. So both of those blocks are essential. So if you want to remodule your ship or increase its size, even if you have to do something, I think I already said this earlier, even if you have to do something like to be able to refurbish your ship, like doing something just like this and then had some generator like this, just to make sure your crew survives while you go about erasing and changing blocks in your main structure. Because if you don't do this, you'll take the chance of eventually erasing the crew quarters or the generator to change positions or something, and all of a sudden your crew starts dying at the pace of like a crew member every 5 seconds. those two are essential while you're building to have in excess both the crew quarters and the energy generator. The generator is even more important than the crew quarters because the crew can hang on for some time without enough crew quarters, but without a generator they'll start dropping as flies. Okay, so I guess we have engines. The insides are almost complete. The only things missing right now are a little more shield generators and, if I can, some more hangars and, more essential, cargo hold. But cargo hold, I'm gonna place it down here. As for fighter hangar, I don't know if I need many more. Maybe a little more, but not much. We're taking 124 crew members. Let's see how many do we need. So supposedly 27, 35, 46, 54, 58, 59. Okay, we need 59 people. We have 124 crew members able, so it's all good. So we need another engineer. Okay, let's not take any chances. Okay. And it's the supports, okay. We'll get to that. Not quite. Not quite. Almost, but not quite. So it needs to be a little less. Okay. And also let's get some directional clusters. This will be a tricky one. Let's see the match block first. Now turn it off. Let's see the length. Length is actually quite interesting. So focus in there and now set it up. We can't cover the exit thruster, so the exit surface, so remember to leave a slight gap. Okay. Now let's copy this edge. Yeah, that's right, Kitsuna. That's why I'm doing this, because the increased size has already brought the yaw, the pitch, and the roll way down from what it was. So we need to start dealing with that again. But I'm trying to make it in a way that becomes also eye-pleasing, so to speak. And energy containers, certainly. Okay, let's get the anger also extended right here. Just like previously, as crazy as I am, I'm gonna cover the exit again. I don't like these large exits. We now can take 10 to 81 fighters depending on the size. That should be enough for now. And let's see the general shape. Okay, so we can work around these engines, and what I had in mind was, I think it's going to work. Well, first let me take care of this real quick. It's perfect. We can merge both the blocks and also the thrusters. Okay, let's see. That's right. And okay, now to fix yaw, pitch and roll, or better yet, not fix it because it's not broken, but to improve it, we're gonna pick the new block, the gyro array, and turn off match block. Okay, let's merge the two, and we got a little better yaw, roll and pitch. Of course, we are still going to need a little more thrusters, but okay, so yaw 86, pitch 0.8 and roll 0.66. Right there, I removed the ones we had here at the front. I removed the ones we had here because they were ugly as hell. But unfortunately, I removed them because hopefully these new thrusters would help compensate for it. But it seems like the increased weight just completely cancelled that improvement, so Kitsuna always thinking ahead of me. Yeah, exactly. Gyros should help a little. And they are helping a little. But we still need a little more. And let's see if it fits. I think it does, but would be great if I could nail it without having to I guess that's it. Yep. Now let's rotate. The difference is, instead of doing this in armor, like I would normally do, I'm instead doing it in gyros to take advantage of the area, of the volume of build, the volume of blocks. Of course, ultimately, I'll have to cover it all with armor, but it won't be massive armor. Instead, we'll have gyros inside. Perfect. And this is not going to be perfect. It actually was. Nice. Okay. So let's rotate again. Needs to go slightly thinner. It actually doesn't. Perspective, perspective. Does anyone knows if gyros are heavy? Well, you can check it right here. So, for example, let's make a comparison. Look, if we pick up trinium armor, which should be the heaviest block of trinium outside rock. So trinium armor has a block of this size, has a weight of 0.16 kilotons. And extra mass. Gyros, exactly the same, have 17 tons of mass. So 16 tons or 0.16 kilotons. It seems like, yes, gyro arrays are heavy as fuck. Pardon my French. So, which is a little strange that they are so heavy when their goal is exactly to make the ship be able to turn faster on their axis. But hey, I'm sure they'll end up balancing this, just like the thrusters when they released. Some things were a bit crazy. I'm sure all of this will be better balanced. Actually, no, Johnny, because if you read the update notes, one of the things that the developer actually took the time to make note is that it's absolutely irrelevant where you place both the gyro array and the other new block, which I can't remember the name now, and the inertia dampener. So both of them are absolutely irrelevant in terms of positioning when you place them on the ship. In fact, I can even tell you, according to what's on the notes, let's see if I can find it. Yeah, so here it is. Gyro arrays are a new block that basically adds only rotational speed to the ship. Since it changes angular momentum directly, its location on the ship is mostly irrelevant, except for the part where its location changes the inertia tensor of the ship. So yeah, there's some concern with the positioning, but it's mostly irrelevant. It can change slightly regarding the inertia tensor of the ship, which means it may take some effect on very long ships, but if you make the experiment, for example, picking up a piece of gyro array, let's pick up a piece of trinium gyro array, and you can make a very large block, and then you can see that if I place it here at the tip of this wing, what I get is 275 yaw, 267 pitch, 288 roll. If I place it in here, it's exactly the same thing. If I place it centered right here, it's exactly the same thing. If I place it back here, it's exactly the same thing. So there's no real change to the ratio of yaw, pitch and roll, which should change the ratio if it had any impact on the positioning. Yeah, that's what he said, but when you try, I believe that the way he phrased it seems to me that it should only apply on very specific situations, and my bet is you'll only notice it when you have a very long ship with a very distributed center of mass. Because on this ship, well, it's not that large in terms of area, so it's probably irrelevant for it. I can even try and make it a little smaller to see. So if I place it here, I gain 0.020504. 020504. 020504. 020504. I don't know if I had something, let's say, like, let's get iron or titanium, which I have a lot more of it. If I made something like this, and the gyro array was placed in here, let's see if there would be any difference. So this block in here would get 332, 332, 332, 332. I mean, I don't see how can it be relevant if it doesn't change the ratio depending on the positioning. That's why I'm saying that it probably has some relevance if you have a very long ship, either in length or in wideness. Maybe it makes some difference at that point. Yeah, if you make long ships, it's more likely to have some sort of impact. A long ship is a lot more sensitive to the distribution of the center of mass. And yeah, that's also another thing that I was thinking and that I thought earlier when I read the description he placed on the forum for the update. Reading that's one of the things that crossed my mind, that possibly it could be for ships that are completely asymmetrical. It might make some difference, I don't know. Maybe I'll be able to find some difference when I get to a bigger sized ship, or when I start to build my other ship, the ship I have in my head, which is, I believe, will be really outrageous. But with this one, I can't see any change whatsoever, depending on the positioning of the gyro array. As for the inertia dampener, first of all, we can only make inertia dampeners out of iron or Avorion. Everything in the middle, it's not possible. So picking up iron to make inertia dampener I don't know if it makes any kind of difference where you place it either. So plus 20 brake thrust, plus 20 brake thrust, or plus 20 brake thrust. Also doesn't seem to make any kind of difference where you place it. At this point, the only blocks that seem to make a difference on the positioning are engines and thrusters. You need to be careful how you place your anchor too, but that's not exactly because of performance, it's more related to how you want your fighters to exit your ship. And what's the best way for them to leave your ship without getting destroyed by simple movement. What I mean by this is, for example, with this ship, with this shape, if I'd placed the hangar exit right here, the fighters would come out flying, having to go across this trajectory, which means that if my ship was moving forward, more than likely, as soon as they came out of the hangar, they would get smashed by my wing, or at least would bump into it, which could cause damage right from the bat to the fighters. So, but that's not exactly impact into the ship's capabilities. The only blocks that, as far as I can see, actually matter in terms of positioning are engines and thrusters. And yeah, I'll hold the line to see about gyro arrays, because according to the phrasing he mentioned, it's also possible that they also have some effect on some ships. We'll have to see. Now, by adding all these gyro arrays, the ship gained a lot of weight, of course, because as we've seen, they are very heavy apparently. I don't know if they are that heavy. Let me see. So 13 tons. $13 is nothing. It's actually the other way around. 13 tons is absolutely nothing when compared to 0.13 kilotons, which, yeah, so exactly. So as you can see right here, gyro array, a block of this size my mass is at 34.92 kilotons. By adding 13 tons, it goes to 34.93. So it literally just added one decimal number. So it added 0.01 kiloton. If it was armor weighing 0.13 kilotons, it would increase a lot more. It would go to 35.04. So yeah, it's a lot lighter than armor. So to answer your earlier question, they are very, very light apparently. They are not heavy at all. I'd say they probably, so we can compare it. Gyro array, a block this size, 13 tons. Shield generator, a block this size, 0.1 kiloton, which is way heavier. So premium framework, it has no weight. Okay. Crew quarters, it weighs, well, I'd say it weighs half as much as crew quarters. It weighs regular hull. It weighs 1/3 of regular hull, so it's very light. It's actually very light. But yeah, but regardless of that, considering the function, the system function, yeah, it's super light. So look, so gyro array, 13 tons. Crew quarters, same size, 51 tons. So it's actually 1/4 of the weight of the crew quarters. But regardless of that, I understand what you're saying. So if it's very light, then it should have no impact on the positioning on the ship in relation to the center of mass. And that's true in terms of physics. But then there's also the function of the block itself. And the array, it's supposed to improve the rotational capability of the ship. So to improve the speed in which the ship rotates around its own axis. And that in itself could imply some sort of interaction with the positioning on the ship. So, for example, let me tell you what what I was thinking in terms of example. So, if it improves the rotational speed, it could just have happened that the gyro array would work the same way as directional thrusters. So if you place them at the front of the ship, it would be more helpful with pitch. If you place them in the front or the back of the ship, if you place them to the sides, it would be more helpful with roll. So basically following the same logic as directional thrusters. but doesn't seem to be the case, so it's kind of irrelevant if you place it here. So 3 yaw, 3 yaw, 6 pitch, 5 roll, or here 365, 365, 365. So although it's also true that sometimes the numbers that show up in there prior to placing are not exactly what you actually get after you place it. Still, the stats are all above 1, which is what I really wanted. Actually, I wanted them above 2, but that seems to be really stretching it with the current configuration of thrusters. So, unless I'm able to get there by gyro array, I don't think I'll get to 2. But just for a little inch. It will have to do. And okay. 24,000 shields is nothing really. These things should really get out of here, I guess. Let's get some armor. And okay, down here, before I forget, let's finish this part, which should be easy enough. First, corner armor. Let's focus on this. Turn around and get it there. Okay. And let's get let's see. Let's place an inertia dampener right here. To stop down, to slow down, and let's get some edge armor. Another thing I still haven't figured out is if these inertia dampeners are supposed to provide any kind of thrust from these gaps or these small holes in it, but I don't think so. Either way, I'm gonna get it covered, so okay. Come on. Why are you not merging? Well, if you don't want to merge, then don't merge. And let's go. Place it again. Right here. This time, let's extend it. All the way. Back here, we are gonna pick up again the edge armor. And same here. Right there. Turn it. Okay. Now shrink it a little. Nope. Not like that. A little further. That's almost. Almost. Good enough. And again, with the edge armor, okay, let's get gyro array again. Turn off the match block. Set it up right here. Okay. And finally, edge armor. Nope. Damn perspective. Let's see. Better. It's better. It's better. Okay. Haha, the machine is always right. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And thank you, yes. Well, I like to do a lot of details on my ships, so... And the reason for that, I think that what drives me the most to like doing these designs with so much detail is the fact that all of these designs get automatically saved. Not only the final product, but every single step of the progress you make gets saved automatically. So that allows for a lot of optimization and a lot of tweaks to get the design exactly how you want it to be. This is probably SSV Python MK, I don't know, MK23 or 24 perhaps. So your pitch and roll are well above 1, max velocity it's terrible, but that may be because we don't have enough engineers. Let's see. Yep. Still, 657 is not very good stop speed. So we still need to place a couple more engines. Or in alternative, like I was explaining and conversating with Kitsune earlier today, because I like to do some components of my ships modular, I do have engines that I made for other ships that are modular that I could simply import and set up on this ship. But I think probably this is the engine I originally designed for a previous version of this ship, was something like this, and would go here on the sides. Probably slightly smaller, not so long too. Would have probably to be more like this, and would have to have some kind of support coming out from here. But then it would start looking like something really strange, and I would end up having to rework these wings again, which is something I don't want to do right now. So I'm just gonna keep going as I am, not gonna add modular engines to the sides. I'm just gonna instead find a way to add some more engines around here to provide more thrust. And shield generator, we have no more trinium, so from now on it will have to be neonite. Let's take this out. Not all of it, just a small rework that we are gonna do with these things. Okay. Alright, let's see if I can get this across. Ah! Okay, that's fixable. Okay. And the idea would be to try and extend these things further to the back. And I think it will work. In a very strange way, but I think it will work. It's not well centered. And 30, 40, okay. 33, 12, 48, 135. I guess it's time to... Okay. On this side, we're gonna have to find a way to... Let's see. This is not gonna be easy. Hmm. Okay. There. There. And there. And there. Okay. Okay. Nice, Sleepy Tor. Let me take a peek at the Discord channel then. Aha! You place solar panels on it. It's a good strategy early on to face the lack of power until you find some neonite. Okay. My advice to you is replace those solar panels for batteries and for energy generators and energy containers, which are batteries, so to speak, as soon as you can. Because solar panels are very inefficient and very fragile too. Okay, Johnny. See you later. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope to see you again soon. Yes, there are, but not on titanium. Sleepy Tor, I sent you some neonite too. So, you see the toolbar at the bottom. Press the plus icon and you'll open the entire board. And then you can scroll down to other materials. And if you pay attention, you'll see that on neonite blocks, you'll have neonite generator, which doesn't exist on titanium or iron. So only from neonite or better, you'll be able to build generators. Exactly, I told you so. You have... I said, keep the neonite for generators. If you don't have neonite, I can send you some more to build a generator if you need to. Just let me know. So... basically, the neonite, you should use it for two things at first. When you have very few neonite, you should only use it for shield generator and hyperdrive core. Shield generator, obviously to do a shield around your ship, and hyperdrive core to extend the range of your jump, increasing this sphere around your location, which is your jump range. Okay, if you still have it, you just need to open the build menu, scroll down to Neonite, and you'll find one of the blocks is the very unique Neonite generator. Produces energy. So it's expensive, both in credits and in materials to build it, but it's worth it. Having a shield makes a lot of difference on survivability, especially because you'll be able to fight a lot better. You'll be able to manage the duration of your shield without having to worry with taking damage. And when your shield is almost depleted, you just gain some distance to avoid getting shot and wait until it recharges. Otherwise, while you don't have shields, it's always a pain to do some fighting because you always have to keep repairing your ship. So, back to my ship. We need to... Yeah, I'm gonna have to hire more crew for this ship. And I think I'm gonna do it right away. Ship is agile. Agile enough. It's probably breaking even a little too much for my taste. I like my ships to drift a little more, but it's fine. When it gains a little more weight, it should be able to drift a little more. But it's highly maneuverable at this point, which is exactly how I like my ships. Let's hire the crew we are needing. Okay. And let's see. Okay, this is energy container. Let's cover it. Here at the front, let's pick up a corner armor. Let's rotate it to get it to fit. Damn it. I'm gonna have to do it without match block. Okay. We should do the same right here. But I'm trying to see if I have another option at this point. So this is the gyro array. This is crew quarters. 142. Okay. 25, 35, 41, 49, 56. '81, '86, 7, 90 people. Plus 25, 115. Okay. 104 out of 142. I guess they are not counting with no, they are. I was counting the workforce, not the actual crew. The actual crew should be a little less, so yeah, 104, 142. We are probably gonna need more crew quarters, but for now I'm gonna add some cargo bay. And this rear end, we are gonna have to do something about it. Okay, where is it? Right here. Copy, paste. Let's remove the match block first. Paste, and now just for a little bit. Let's see. Okay. This time I think I got it. And let's see this side first. Nah, can't be like this. Let's do it slightly differently. Let's try it with something like... this. Exactly. Okay, so let's do it. It's gonna give me a little work, but I don't mind. Okay. Like this. Now also... let's see. Great. Now we need this. Who's there? Ah. He's dead. So, what I'm trying to do here... I'll just explain in a second. In fact, I'll probably won't even have to. I'm sure you'll figure it out real quick. Is a small cover. So something along these lines. And in here we need Okay, we can copy this and we can simply extend it it will work fine as intended. More or less. I actually didn't want it to go all the way, but it will do. I know. I can hear them. Hey, Weakman. Okay. Let's take care of creating some visual effect in here by... Let's see if it's possible. So... in here, the thruster is unimpeded, I think. Okay. It ends over here. So we can grab sure, iron thruster just for effects. Just a thin blade. Yeah. And okay. And this is cargo bay, right? Yeah. It's not exactly connected, in there to leave room for the directional thrusters. In terms of stats, it's more or less okay, I guess. Yaw could probably be a little bit better. And let's get some directional thruster. Okay. And regular thrusters on top of these. Just this time they will be okay. Right here, let's see if I can do some crazy stuff. Okay. There. Let's match in there. And turn this off. No, extend it a little more. Okay, reduce the distance and the height. And okay, let's get some glow. Remove the match block. I'm playing with the beta version with all the most current updates applied, so directional clusters, even today's new blocks from the beta update, I have already integrated. Both the gyro array and inertia dampeners. These two blocks came out today in the beta branch. So yeah, I'm doing ships with these blocks already in mind. This ship especially, it's the first ship I'm using with these new blocks, already with a lot of gyro arrays integrated into the mix to improve yaw, pitch and roll. The thruster changes, I believe, I don't know if they have already been released to the stable branch, but I believe so. At least, I don't know if the directional thrusters are already there, but at least the regular thrusters, I believe, are already dependent on volume, even on the stable version, on the stable branch. But mostly, I don't know because I haven't entered the stable branch for a while, but from what I've read, each time that he releases an update for the game, he always states that he intends to have the beta updates released on the stable branch a couple of days later. So I don't think there's much of a displacement in time between one and the other. But yeah, answering your question, yes, I'm doing the beta branch that just released today a new update. So you haven't seen the update from today? Yeah. There are two new blocks. Basically these two I was talking about. The gyro array and the inertia dampener. And they are both related to movement from your ship. So the gyro array improves the rotational speed of your ship, so the speed that your ship is able to rotate over its own axis, which is roll, pitch and yaw. They get improved by placing gyro arrays. The difference is you usually use thrusters to do that, to improve yaw, pitch and roll. But yaw, pitch and roll is improved depending on where you place the thrusters. The gyro array, it's irrelevant where you place it. The more you place it, the better those three stats will be: yaw, pitch and roll. Yeah, super slim thrusters no longer function. They were an effective strategy about 3 updates ago. You could do some very thin layers of blades, layers and blades of thrusters, because thrusters were dependent, the thruster power was dependent on the surface, not on the mass or volume, in fact. And then 2 updates ago they updated that, because there were already a lot of people using those tricks, like creating blocks with several layers of blade thrusters, and then they would resize the entire block with some 20 thrusters in it to minimum size, and that would basically break the physics of the game, because you would get your ship breaking like, I don't know, like crazy, without almost no visible thrusters applied. Actually, it would have a lot of thrusters applied. They would be just resized to look really, really small, but they were there. So they changed things a bit and made thrusters dependent on volume. So those super slim thrusters no longer work. They are no longer effective. So I can show you that if you grab some thruster and do a very thin layer of it, like we used to do to provide thrust, as you can see in the stats to the right, it's absolutely irrelevant. It doesn't change anything, because now they are dependent on volume. So as soon as you add volume, you start getting stats. But layers, they are no longer functional. They are not effective at all anymore. So now they are dependent on volume, but then the update after that, they introduced the directional thrusters, which are these. They are exactly the same as regular thrusters. The only difference is that they only provide thrust in 2 opposite directions. So, and they are a lot more powerful than regular thrusters. What this means is that you'll be able to do thrusters like this, that needs to be defined what are the directions you want it to provide impulse, and those will likely change one of these stats better than others. So if I place a directional thruster here, I get a lot of roll, some pitch, and very little yaw. On the other hand, if I place it here, and instead of looking up and down, I place it looking back and forth, I will get a lot of pitch, no roll, and no yaw. So it can influence a lot the positioning you get on it. So that's the main difference on directional thrusters. The place where you place them, wherever you place them, makes a lot of difference to the behavior of the ship. And today they added those 2 new blocks I told you. The gyro array, which simply improves yaw, pitch, and roll as a whole, and regardless of where you place it. So if I do a block of this size, it's irrelevant where I put it. It will always increase the same amount to yaw, pitch, and roll. Of course, I need to have no mirroring, or... Well, we can actually see a slight change in the yaw, which I guess is what we were thinking about earlier when discussing about this. It probably makes some difference, the placing. the larger your ship gets. In terms of length, either length or wideness. To very long or wide ships it might make some difference, the placing, but generally speaking they increase these three stats pretty much evenly. And the inertia dampener, you can only make them with iron or Avorion. Everything in between, it's not capable of doing inertia dampeners. And inertia dampeners are, basically speaking, they are brakes for your ship. So you can also place them wherever you want, and what they do is they provide higher brake thrust, which means your ship will slow down to full stop much faster. Indeed, although building a functional ship is easy, to maximize these stats and get the most effective balance can take quite some tweaking and can get very interesting to do. So in here, in this lower corner, I don't know exactly what I want to do. I do know that I could use a lot more cargo hold. That I do know. And I think I know how to fix that. So, cargo hold, cargo bay, yeah, and if you have any doubts, don't feel free to ask. Okay, this cargo bay, let's extend it a little. And this is not gonna be the final shape for this ship, but for now I think it will do. It's functional. I think all that will be missing after this is to work on the looks. No problem. If I know the answer, I'll try to answer. Of course, sometimes, and I think Itsuna knows that, sometimes I'm so distracted with my builds that I don't even realize that someone entered the stream or said something on the chat. But eventually I'll take a look. Ooh, sometimes the build menu gets this weird glitch where blocks start dancing around. And at that point, only solution seems to be logging out and in again. Yeah, it is. At some point, when I pay attention to the time, I realize that I've been building the same ship for 3 hours when I was just going to add a little something in the middle of a trade run. Oh, I'm just gonna place a little more lighting here because it's gonna look good while I'm waiting for the hyperdrive to recharge. Oh look, all of a sudden 3 hours have gone and my ship went from a small fighter to a battleship. How did that happen? That's pretty much the process. Okay. Hmm. Okay. So I guess it can be like that. So let's place this thing right here. And let's place a cover in here. Pick up the edge again. Remove the match block. Rotate. Okay. This game has a lot of potential, and it's very open-ended. It's an indie developer with a very small crew, basically a one-man crew. But yeah, it doesn't have nearly the production values of things like No Man's Sky and things like that. And the concept it tries to achieve is a mix between an X game and a voxel building game, like a Minecraft or something like that. So by mixing the two, I think it's actually a great idea. An X game which involves things like trading and traveling and exploring a massive galaxy and being able to decide your own gameplay and your own playstyle and whatever, and your own adventure and whatever you want to do, and become a part of the universe by trading and buying things and conversing with factions and helping this faction or another. Those are all elements of an X game, of a 4X game. And at the same time, mixing that with a voxel game like Minecraft or Space Engineers or whatever crafting building game you have, it's a great idea, because I think both concepts do have some things that cross over to very different genres, namely being able to build your ship, while in a normal X game you have a lot of that, a lot of customization, but usually present in the way of trading and buying new ships and new weapons and new shields and new modules for your ships. In this case, by adding voxel building, you can not only buy modules and ships. In this case, you can actually make your ships. and create them and mine the minerals for it from the existing world. So I think it was a great idea that he got by mixing these two concepts. And you're right, it's got a lot of potential for further development. Of course, like I said earlier, it's a one-man team. It's a very small indie developer, so we cannot expect it to have very high production values. But it's got an advantage. Because it's an indie developer and it's a very small crew, he made the game very open-ended. That means that it's very open to mods. It's providing a great base canvas for the game. So you've got a universe with procedurally generated ships and stations, randomly generated factions, randomly generated jump gates and wormholes connecting the different sectors, a basic ground line story with the bosses and the AI and the alien Zotan that control the middle, where in the middle where you want to get, and there's a middle boss. But everything else, it's very customizable and very moddable, and there are already tens and tens of mods for the game. So, yeah, that's exactly what I think. I think the game has a lot of potential to do a lot of things right. I think they are already doing a lot of things right, especially for an early access game. And there's certainly a lot of potential for a great game, even being so open-ended, having a lot more possibilities from modders. So I think it's really a gem in the making. For now, what they need to focus the most, and I think that's what they are actually doing at this point, is getting more stability to the game for multiplayer. Because at this point, a single player is already very solid. In terms of vanilla, of course, mods help a lot to provide more functionality and more mechanics into the gameplay, but vanilla is already working very well in terms of the game not crashing, having no glitches and so on. But multiplayer, they are still struggling to get the servers to be stable enough. Not skipping frames, not having data corrupted, and so on. For now, data still gets corrupted a lot, but it's improving. You can clearly, if you play this game as much as I do, and for as long as I do, or as regularly as I do, for as long it's not possible to be very long because the game is not out for so long yet. But if you play it regularly, every day, and on a multiplayer server like this one, you'll notice the improvements across the time. Servers are getting more stable, with less glitches, less problems, less crashes to desktop. It's getting more stable in terms of frame rate. Less lag when you're playing with other people in the same sector. In the beginning it was very difficult, 2 or 3 people in one sector, and NPC ships would start spinning around because they would have a hard time syncing the 3 players. And now that doesn't happen so often, and it's getting a lot more stable. So I think the game is gonna be a real great gem for people who like these two genres, especially considering that most building games that you have out there right now, you have a lot of them. After Space Engineers, there was an explosion of voxel building games. Minecraft opened that door, and lots of people Lots of clones of that game came out after that, of similar ideas. But when space engineers brought the concept to space and to being able to build spacecrafts, and that went right up the alley of so many people. And several games of that in that idea came out after that. Avorion, I don't know, several of them. No Man's Sky went in the same line, although it somewhere along the line went off the rail. And well, this one, even all those games that are already out using the same idea, I don't think any of them fits exactly this niche, because they all mostly present the same problem, which is, while the building is great, the gameplay itself, the combat, the interaction among players, it's not so great. And this game seems to try to address that exact problem directly and dead on. So yeah, there's a lot of focus on building ships and on building stuff, but the action gameplay, the actual combat, and finding loot, it's very rewarding and it's very well done, and it's fast-paced combat, very cool, a lot of loot always dropping, which makes it very very interesting, makes you crave doing more combat to get more loot. And those are characteristics that you normally don't find in building games. In these types of building games, at least space building games, they haven't nailed the mix between building and combat so well as this one does so far. Yes, in that sense, if you thought EVE Online was too big, yes, this will be, in a sense, a smaller EVE. Of course, a lot of people that hear that comparison between EVE and this will have a fit. Especially fanboys of EVE will throw a massive fit, I can tell you right away. But, because EVE it's a lot more complex than this, of course. But yeah, it's more or less in the same lines. You have a massive universe, you can explore, trade. The difference is, EVE has a massive persistent universe, and it's very complex. It's got very intricate and complex systems that this game obviously doesn't have that much depth. It's like I said, it's a small crew from an independent developer. And the idea is that it's to be played like a rogue game. So permadeath, in a sense, not for the player but for the ship. So if your ship explodes, you can't just reload a previous save. You die, your ship gets destroyed, and you get sent to your starting location in the galaxy. And in that sense, it behaves a bit like a rogue game. You start at the edge of the galaxy, and your goal is to get to the center as fast as possible and survive to get there. And to survive, of course, you're gonna have to improve your ship and so on. So in that sense, it behaves a little bit like a rogue game, while exploring elements from both the X series and Minecraft and voxel building games, and yeah, some influences of EVE too, of course, but I think any game of this genre from the past 10 years has some influence of EVE. You're right, in EVE you can't build ships like this. Actually, in most X games you can't. I mean, nobody had ever thought of making a voxel building game inside the next universe, which I think was exactly where the developer nailed it. It was a great idea, and I think he actually managed to find a way to deliver that idea in a fun and enjoyable way. Space Engineers and StarMade. Yeah, they were made before Avorion. They were released first. I mean, at least Space Engineers is still in beta too, in early access, but yeah, it got to early access way earlier. It's been in early access for a couple of years, perhaps, while Avorion just entered early access barely a month ago, I think. So yeah, in a sense, Minecraft was the birth for the first explosion for voxel building games. But Space Engineers was probably the first big game or big success in trying to bring it to space. But after that, after they did that, a lot of other games tried to do that, to bring voxel construction into space. Some more successful than others, but I don't think any of them actually managed to do combat and action so enjoyably as this one. You can literally, in this game, although you can do a lot of building, if you wish to, you can skip building entirely. You can build a functional ship in 2 minutes, and after you rack up enough money, you can simply order your ships from the shipyards, like that one. You can simply talk with them and have them do the ship for you. Of course, you won't be able to design it. You'll have to choose the size, the material, the style, the seed, and go from there. But you don't even have to build it. They will build it for you if you want it, and you can jump straight into the action and start fighting other ships and other players and NPCs right from the bat without having to spend a lot of time in building if you don't want to. So in that regard, I think they did great with this. Yeah, Eichmann, but come on. Kerbal Space Program is not exactly an easy game. Not by a long shot. In these kinds of games, it's probably among the hardest. Yes, Pseudobrain. Sergeant Nost, if you want to activate the beta on Steam for this game, you need to go to your library, right-click on the title of the game, choose Properties, and then choose the last tab, Beta, and click on the drop-down and choose Beta Updates, blah blah blah. You need to do this with the game closed. After you do this, let the game update, and you should be on the beta version. I think Kerbal Space Program is great, but it's hard as hell. It's got a steep learning curve, although today it's a little more easier than when I first played it, because I bought the game when it was still also in early access for a bargain, because I found it right after it released on early access, so they were making a terrible discount on it, so I bought it for, I don't know, 5 euros or 6 euros or something on early access. And at that time tutorials were still very green, and it was a very hard time until I figured out how the hell to play that game. I had to look for tutorials online on YouTube and such. But today it's a little easier because tutorials are a lot better implemented, and the game does a great job to teach you all the systems, but it's still a very steep learning curve. Have you found it, Sergeant? If you have any problems with it, just let me know. Yeah, you're right. In Kerbal Space Program, I tend to the first few times, because I was completely lost, I just went after what the tutorial told me to do. But as soon as I got out of the atmosphere, there were no explanations on how to do a ton of things that were necessary to be able to dock on the moon, to land on the moon. So I lost a lot of Kerbals, poor guys. But today I can play the game a little better, and it's also very fun to build things on that game, even though it's not as versatile. There are some rules that you always need to follow, so you don't have as much creativity to be able to do whatever you want, but you still have a lot of room to do crazy stuff. I'm sorry, I'm still here, I'm just rolling up a cigarette because I'm a smoker. It's terrible for your health. If you don't smoke, never start. It's the best thing you can do. If you do smoke, well, my condolences. Another nail in the coffin. Okay. Okay, so looking at my ship, I think she is almost ready for now. There are a few things I still need to improve. I need to place something in here, probably, depending. Something I want to place a thruster here. I just don't know yet if it's gonna be regular or directional thruster. It depends on what the ship will need by the time I get there. I also need more cargo bay. And still have to finish this upper part. What I had in mind to do with this. And also still have to see what I want to do with this hull. And then it would be helpful if I actually had black color to paint the ship again. New inertial dampeners are great. I mean, man, I spent the last week since the introduction of the directional thrusters. I spent the last week struggling trying to get my ships to maneuver properly again. And now, as a passive magic, with the gyro arrays and the inertial dampeners, seems like everything got better again. So let's place a cargo bay in here. It overlaps too much. Really? Who would have thought? Okay. Okay. Ooh. I forgot about this. Yeah. And here, let's see. All right. Haha, rule where to place to get 222 gain. Yeah, I know what that means. When I saw the addition of 2 new blocks today, I was also, what? I mean, I had just finished this morning to refurbish one of my old ships to integrate the directional thrusters, and all of a sudden, hey, here's 2 new blocks for you, trying to integrate that. Well, it depends, Wickman. There is no planned and perfect way to get the stats like that. It depends on the shape of your ship, basically. What you need to be aware is the center of mass of your ship. So, if you pay attention, now when you're in the building menu, your ship will always have that cross in the middle, and that represents the center of mass of your ship. That's the point where your ship is completely balanced in terms of mass. And basically, yaw means this. Pitch means this, and roll means this. And of course, to each of these items to improve, they are very dependent on the location of your center of mass. So, the basic concept is, if we're talking about directional thrusters, you'll want to provide, for example, yaw. You'll need thrust to be to the sides, and you'll need to position it aligned with the center of mass to the front and to the back, and that will help your ship to do this easier. So it effectively increases your yaw by placing it here. Turn to the sides, your yaw increases. So this is true in theory for every ship. Now, where exactly you need to place it depends on the shape of your ship. So same for rolling. Since you want to roll, you'll need to look at the center of mass of your ship, go in that direction to the sides, and if you place a directional cluster here pointing up and down, you'll also improve your roll. Now, of course, the more complicated the shape of your ship, the harder it will be to determine the best location to place the thrusters to get the higher increase in these items. But even though there is no perfect way of knowing, the best way is actually using the build menu. So when you're in the build menu, if you make a block of thruster, let's pick up some regular thruster for example, and if you place, without actually placing, if you just hover the design over a certain place of your ship, you'll get to your right what placing that block will do to your ship's stats. So if I place it here, I will get +3, +5, +8, or +0.03, 0.05, 0.08. If I place it here, I get 292. If I place it here, 248. Here, 312. Now, you can always use this to see what would be the best place to drop down your thrusters, and then go from there according to the shape you want to build and how you want your ship to look. Sometimes it's an art balance. One thing is to make an effective flying ship. Another thing is to make a good looking ship. To have both things balanced is not exactly easy every time. Well, that's open to debate, but I would say so. I mean, considering we now have the inertia dampeners, yeah, they are not that relevant anymore. You still need them, because I don't know if you noticed, you can only make inertia dampeners out of iron or Avorion. Everything in between is impossible, so in very large ships, if you rely entirely on iron inertia dampeners, I can imagine that the weight is probably going to go up. And there's another problem that is also referred in the update notes. So yes, inertia dampeners are great to slow down your ship, but they also use huge amounts of energy. So again, it's a balance. You can rely entirely on inertia dampeners, but that's probably also gonna require you to install a lot more generators on your ship. So I haven't actually paid much attention to those calculations to see how much do they use up, but either way, that's what's been being said in the update notes. Yeah, when I started installing the inertia dampeners on this ship, I removed all the regular thrusters I had facing forward. I only left these, which are directional thrusters and go all the way to the back across the entire ship. So these thrusters go from here all the way to the front. Other than that, all the rest of them, I removed them. I'm probably gonna place them again, but it will be mostly for aesthetic reasons more than for actually effectiveness. Like, for example, to do something like, let's see, to do something like this, but this is mostly for aesthetic reasons, not really for effectiveness or better stats. Although I actually don't think I'm gonna do it like this. Let's see if this helps. I don't remember how it works, but I think so. I think this will help. Let's see. These damn light balls make it very hard to understand where to drop. Something like this might work also, in terms of visuals. And in here, Why not use snap to middle block? Well, I don't know which middle block you're referring to, but mostly because the ship is not exactly symmetrical. And because the middle block actually goes all the way to the back. If this is the middle block you're referring to. But let's see. Yeah. Okay. Let's try to... All right. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the things I dislike the most. I don't like slow ships. Um, and so, if I am going to build a big ship, well, first, in the early days, right after the game was released on early access, some of you, those of you who played the game for longer, probably know, and I know some of you do because I've talked about it with some of you, about the blade thrusters. So you could simply make very thin layers of thrusters, and they would be very effective. So you wouldn't have to waste a lot of volume with it, because you could simply do those blades, right? And we would use these blades to do things like this, that would basically be to do something like this with several layers of thrusters, but leaving a small, very small gap between them, not glued like this, and then we just copy this and paste it, and before passing it we would resize it to something very small, and this would have a ton of layers of thrusters in there, and that very small square would provide as much thrust as a block this size. And of course, that would basically break the game's physics. What that caused is that pretty soon people were flying... Yeah, pretty soon people were flying dreadnoughts, exactly, pancakes of thrusters. So what that caused is that pretty soon people were flying massive dreadnoughts with 15 modules, with crazy big volumes, and being able to maneuver those ships as well as very light fighters, because they would fill them with these pancakes of thrusters and basically would break the game's physics. So they updated it to make the thrusters dependent on volume, and I think it was a wise choice, and it was a good choice, because it's, come on, honestly, I also loved having my large ships flying as well as a fighter, but it's not exactly what they intended and what they had in mind, and I think it's understandable. I mean, come on, you're not supposed to fly a massive dreadnought the same way you fly a fighter. Even so, despite those changes, you're still capable of doing giant ships pretty agile. It's just a matter of actually wanting to do so, because it's gonna cost a lot of money. You're gonna waste a lot of space from your giant build with thrusters and engines, and now with gyro arrays, but it's possible to do so. I don't like my ships not to be agile, so I always try to keep them agile, even if they are not as agile as a fighter. I don't like to use a ship with less than one in whatever item. Yaw, pitch, or roll, they need to be above level 1 at least. And even that, it's not ideal, it's not what I want. I mean, to me, perfect would be to have the ship with these items above 1.5, 2 at least. 2 would be ideal, 2 or higher, but at the very least above 1.5 to be actually agile. it still is very agile. It still is agile enough. But as I add more stuff to it, and she gets more mass and more weight, it's slowly becoming less agile. So yaw has just gone below 1. And yaw, it's very important, because yeah, so I'm gonna cover these edges. On the inside, we can deal with that later when we do the decoration of colors. But another thing that it's really important for the decoration of a ship, and it can make a world of difference in terms of the ship looking like some Lego done by a 5-year-old or an actual spacecraft, is the colors and the lights. So, and it's not that complicated. You can add a few lights like this, a few parallel bars and a few dots in here and there to provide some effect to your ship. And you can also play around with the colors and the different block textures to provide some effect to it. So, for example, I placed these engines supporting in some gyro array, which has a different texture from anything we had seen before, and it's showing from the inside of the engine's cavity. So you can play with that around by, for example, coloring the outside with a darker tone and the engine with a darker tone, and then placing something lighter on the inside to provide some contrast. And that usually will allow you some nice effect if the block in the back is good for it. It seems like the array, it's actually not that great for it. But you can also, for example, on these entrances and these little niches like this, you can grab and place some glow or some hologram. Let's place an hologram. In there. Carefully to not overdo it. And you can play around with these things to get some effects that can make a life of difference in the way I consider yaw important, yes. I consider all those stats important. You can do without yaw if you have very good stats on both the other two, because you can simply roll the ship and apply pitch, and that will make the turn of yaw. But yaw is sometimes useful to close range maneuvering in the middle of asteroids and docking and such. So for very close and slow maneuvering, yaw can be important. And also because I like to drift fight, and so to drift fight, the better you have all of them, the greater it goes. But yeah, you're right, yaw, you can go without it if you have good enough pitch and roll. Well, Pseudobrain, I also play Elite Dangerous, and I can tell you that I also use yaw a lot on Elite Dangerous. Haha. In fact, I have my controllers customized to be able to use it. Well, you can see the amazing workload I'm placing on my ships. They get a lot of views, as you can see. Well, they actually do sometimes. Okay. I wish I had some black. I wish I had some black. Why don't I have some black? I want some black. Some really beautiful, shiny black. Yeah. What is this? What the hell am I doing? Okay. And we can still provide a cover for these two. Probably doing something like this, more or less. Let me see if the glass can handle it, and it will allow to pass some sort of shine through, or not. I don't think it does that well, but we'll see. Because what I had in mind was actually to place some glass up here. Okay. Yes, nanite is better than titanium. On the top left of the screen, you have all the materials and their order up down from easier to harder to get, from worst to best. So iron, titanium, neonite, cranium, xanium, argonite, and Avorion. They all follow that same order. Every material, so the resources and also weapons follow this order in terms of quality. Neonite made weapons are better than titanium made weapons, or at least more effective against better materials. Let's see, where is it? Where is it? Where did I place it? Here. 90 and then 180 degrees instead of back and forth. Yes, of course. There are different types of materials, and weapons get better according to the material they are, but they also have the quality, so they can be common, uncommon, rare, exceptional, exotic, or legendary. And of course, a legendary iron weapon will probably be stronger than a common titanium one, or even a common neonite one, more than likely. But if they are under the same quality, so two weapons of the same quality, two common railgun turrets, the better material will be the better weapon. More often than not. Can you make blocks flip 90 or 180 degrees instead of back and forth? Not sure if I understand what exactly you're asking, but basically I always rotate every block the same way. You hold R and you have this sphere to rotate the object however you want it. You have this option to enable mirroring or not with the x-axis, the y, and the z. You can match blocks, you can match shapes. Randomized, well, I don't advise it to anyone. I'm sure you can imagine what it does. So ship is pretty much done for now. Well, it's not done, but for now at least. It's workable enough for me to be able to use it. It's eye-pleasing enough for me to be willing to use it. So I just wanted to change these colors. No problem. Also, another thing that I always remind everyone, and that I already messed up in here, is to be very careful with your fighter hangars. More specifically, the entrance surface. So this surface where the fighters are supposed to go in, cannot have a single inch covered at all. I'm not talking just about the center blue area. Nothing on this surface can be covered, or the fighters will not use it to enter and exit the ship. And I really forgot about that when I was building, and I placed this crap in here. So I'm gonna have to delete it. Same for this side. Okay. Let me focus to see if it's got a clear path out. I don't know if it does because of this crap too. But we can test it. If it's not, I'll delete this crap and rework it. So let's see. Okay, we gained another module for increased size. So let's place a shield and shield recharge rate. Seriously? 9% for a rare module? Oh, come on. I would be better with this. Okay, staff is okay. So let's just see. What's in here? A resource depot, trading post, military outpost, repair dock, equipment dock. I want a research station. I need a research station. Let's see if the equipment dock... Well, let's buy some fighters. Chain gun, cannon, Tesla, launcher. Launcher? Yeah, 1 million per fighter. I don't think so. Repair fighters. Repair fighters may be interesting. What else you got? So, crew, we can hire a few more engineers. We need more sergeants. Let's see. We need commanders. There are no commanders in here, so... Okay, upgrades. Neither did I, but they are purple fighters and they were not that expensive, so I decided to buy some. Now, from here, there are a few interesting things, so this is one of them, although it costs 700,000 credits, which is crazy, but it's a very good module. 92 plus 13. Turret control plus 4. Unarmed. I don't want unarmed. I want armed. That's too much. Feels like a touch too much. Robotic crew, 2 millions. Yeah, right. I'm really buying that now. Can't you see it? I already bought it. What turrets? Turrets. Trinium turrets. Triple chain gun, triple railgun. Double salvaging turrets. That's all. Now, I really do need a research station. Let's do some jumping to see if we can find some. On the meantime, I better equip some weapons. Just in case. I only have crappy weapons. I haven't really looked out for good weapons so far. Okay, launcher turret, railguns, mining turrets, repair turret, triple railgun. Okay, let's place the bolter right here. Needs to be trinium or better. Okay, trinium or better. Trinium or better. Now, let's see. Laser turret exceptional. Why not? Let's see how many slots do we have. A few more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. Okay, so let's place the laser turret since it's an even number. We can allow the laser turret to go right here in the middle. $119, 3 times 14.2, fire rate 281 per second, 98 accuracy. This is not a bad weapon at all. So I don't think it fits in here. Yeah. So let's place it here. And here. And I want cannons. I want cannons. Okay, so cannons. Premium or better again, huh? This is edge armor. Okay. Premium edge armor. Let's transform. And let's place the cannon. Okay, I guess it's it. We still have one more slot that I guess we could place a salvaging turret to be 2 of each, or we can use another weapon. Range 6 kilometers, 2.62, 576, 576, 957, 957, 446. So 957, longest range, and then 446, 576, and 6 kilometers. They can all be at 2. And you can be at 3. You're gonna be 4, and you are gonna be 5. Done. Let's go find some enemies to blow into pieces. Into pieces. Don't get any ideas. So it's not displaying the radius. Sometimes it happens, it glitches, but as soon as I jump it will show again. I need to jump to try and find some good trade routes or some enemies, or both. I guess the enemies decided to come to us. Pirates, nice. Let's get some colors. Ooh, eternal dark orange. Salvaging. I love salvaging. I think it's a lot more effective to get resources than mining. Although, at the very early game, mining is really essential if you really want to get anything going. You can get a lot of resources, and also the added bonus of finding these modules on mostly any shipwreck you make. And you can't get those in mining asteroids for resources, although, truth be told, if you have proper mining turrets, you can also get a lot of resources really fast if you're properly equipped for mining. Especially because there are also modules to help you mine faster. Like this, for example, highlights nearby asteroids, makes it easier to find them. You got also modules that give a bigger workforce to your ship in terms of mining. So there's a lot of ways to maximize every single activity. So if you prefer mining, you can set your ship to be very, very effective with mining. If you prefer salvaging, you can do the same. If you just want to blow things up, you can skip mining and salvaging altogether and just equip a ton of weapons on your ship and work as a mercenary to rack up rewards. Well, you haven't seen them because they are probably part of the mod pack we are using for this server. And the mod pack actually has a few new modules to the existing ones, including a variety of modules like this, which is not a vanilla module. This is not in the vanilla game, and basically it's the robotic crews that help and give more workforce to engineers and mechanics, which allows you to have a lot less payout as fees to your crew. You don't need as many. In the same family there are the mining modules, advanced mining tools, Instead of increasing engineer workforce and mechanic workforce, they increase miner workforce. So yeah, this is vanilla. This already exists in the normal game to highlight nearby asteroids and increase the range of your sensors to a max of 3 asteroids, but this is in the vanilla game. These modules are not. These are part of the mod pack we are using for the server. So yeah, you can clearly see the path I made. I started in here, I think. And here I go, happily jumping to the center. Let's go here. I need to start looking for trades. Yeah, those modules are part of the mod pack. No, I don't think I am using any of them. I don't want to get too reliant on those modules since they are part of the mod pack and we are constantly changing those. But yeah, they are useful for not having to hire a lot of crew. And mostly I think Devious added this because when you get to the point of having several large ships, it's not so much the cost of the crew, but it's the trouble it is to find enough people to hire to fill a 1500 crew ship. Considering every station has maybe 30-40 engineers and you need 600 of them, it can be a whole afternoon looking for crew members. So in that particular sense, these modules can become very useful later on. Yeah, exactly. It's a No Man's Sky attitude. So, what? What do we have to do? What's the goal here? Oh, we need to reach the center. Okay, let's go to the center then. Ta-ta-da, ta-ta-da. I just don't think No Man's Sky had any rifts on the way, but I may be wrong. I actually played... I'm talking and I'm making fun, but I actually played a ton of No Man's Sky, and I don't think the game is that bad. I understand a lot of people got disappointed with it, mostly because it didn't had a lot of the things that people were expecting, but as a game itself, it's not such a bad game, especially now after the Foundation update. Nope. It doesn't work that way. I mean, I don't know, Sergeant Nost. I don't know if on single player that strategy works or not. But since I'm playing on a multiplayer server, and the server has a persistent world, it doesn't matter if I log out because the world will still be there. Other people are playing. Even if I relog and the sector offloads, when it reloads again, usually it will be empty. It's basically, I think, connected to a clock, a timer. So inventory of stations and stores, I think they refill after an hour or 45 minutes or so, or half an hour or something. They don't refill completely, they start filling little by little. So after a few hours, if you go there again, it will probably be full again. Yeah, that's what I thought. Probably on single player it's possible to do that, but not on a server. Casino, vegetable farm, resource depot, shipyard, trading post, military outpost, repair dock, equipment dock, and gas collector. I can't believe there are no good trades here. There has to be. I need a research station fast to be able to find a proper trade module. Otherwise, I'm sure I'm skipping a lot of great trades. Well, let's jump and check the next sector. Oh, by the way, I bought some fighters, right? Or didn't I? Maybe I didn't. I did. Okay, so these are repair fighters. So let's see if they can exit or not. Let's focus on the gate. Let's tell them to repair it. They can't. They are blocked. They are completely blocked. So my money is on this. And it should be enough. Let's see. I guess it's not. Let's see if I can fix this. What is it? Yeah, of course. Of course. Man. Oh man, I'm so fucked up. Shit. No use crying about it. Let's see. Hopefully this will be enough. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Nah. Almost there. The exit tunnel needs to be white. If it's not white, they won't be able to leave. Why? Why are you not willing to? It shouldn't be possible like this. Okay. Yeah, but the bay is big enough. It's just strange because when I get it slightly far away from that wall, it suddenly stops being effective. But if I glue it, then the exit tunnel turns white. Kind of strange. But it should be functional now. Let's place some gyro array in here. And now this needs to go out. Let's place it again. Okay. And this one. And this. But we better go from here. And there's a small gap in there that we really need to fix. Ah, almost. That's good enough to fill it a little so that you can see through That's all I really needed, because now is that your ship, Pseudobrain? It's nice. It's really nice. Yeah, I'm with him. I'd probably change that. I'd probably change that nose a little bit, but the ship itself, it's very cool. I love those wings. So let's see. The fighters now should be able to leave. I don't know what I'm gonna do to cover this. I don't think I can do anything without stopping the path of the fighters, but we'll see. If need be, I'll later work on the details a little better and rework these angers again. But for now, I think it's good enough. Let's place some sometimes the glass takes color, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, maybe I can. I don't know. I can try it though. It still has a little space in there, so it might work. Something like this, perhaps. It might still work. I think now probably I could already place the bar in there again. I removed it because the anger was glued to that wall, but now it isn't, so let's see. Nope. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's just too small for the size of the fighter. Let's see. Size 1. It's not possible. It's the smallest size possible. It really does. His ship looks brilliant. I would change that nose mostly because I like the nose to have some kind of resemblance to a cockpit or a bridge, and that thing doesn't. But that's all. Everything else is perfect. Let's take this out and see if without this in there they exit. Carrier orders. Fighter settings. Limit target to fighter position. No idea what this does, but I hope it's nothing like this that's messing up things, so... let's see. Could it be that they don't actually have a target to repair? Let's see. Yeah, that thing is really damaged. No, but they are not very interested in living. Man! Let me check something. It's red. It's red. So yeah. But this is not red. Why the hell don't they leave? Yeah, I know. I've been spending so much Rhenium reworking this crap that I don't even have enough anymore to make it. So, still, let's test. Doesn't seem like they want to leave. So let's try a different strategy. How about like this? Will you leave? We have a new crosshair now. I haven't found any missile launchers yet. Any guided missile launchers. I found some dumb missiles, but I don't like dumb missiles. Okay, some modules. A lot of resources. And some money for reward. Now, we could lose some time in here and not much time actually, but just enough to take out these generators and harvest them. Okay. What about you? Do you have generators? And diaper drives? Or did they all get blown up? Any modules in there? Any trade? Food bars, lead, and nitrogen. 200,000 profit in lead from the lead mine to the trading post in a different sector, so no. What else is in here? Okay. Let's jump over there to see what's there. And meanwhile, focus on myself. Nope. Doesn't seem like they won out. I guess I know why. Or I suspect why. Okay. Let's try. It's my last attempt to fix this. Well, 9 to 78 fighters, supposedly. This is all anger, but maybe, I don't know. Let's try to change the positioning of the entering. And we'll see how that goes. I think this should be big enough for them to enter, but maybe it's not. Would this work? What do you think? Yeah, maybe the repair fighters are just broken. I don't know. This would be really strange if they actually managed to enter through there. No, come on. Let's see. Let's take out... Um, shouldn't it pass? No, not by a little bit. This little bit. Which is too big for me to take out. But... Yes, but thing is, the ones in here... Look, I can tell you that I made a similar build like this. And it worked fine. So I don't really think it's the size of the entrance. Well, let's go crazy. Let's not take any chances then. If they don't come out after this, then I don't know. Would this work? Yeah, honestly, I'm thinking about that, Pseudobrain, because I know for a fact that that repair fighters are broken. They do not work. But I know that because I've been told that. I've been told that they are not working properly. But I thought they were able to leave the hangar at least. From what I remember, I think they don't work on the sense that you can't order them to repair your own ship. You can only order them to repair other ships. But that requires them to actually leave the hangar for that to happen, I guess. So, but maybe they are completely broken now, I don't know. Well, yes, that's also a possibility, but there are more people that have been using fighters for sure, and they haven't complained about anything wrong with the fighters. So... But yes, of course, there is this mod that does something I don't even have any idea what it is. Fighter orders, ship command, carrier idle, carrier salvage. Or what? Carrier mine? And can you leave or what? I'm starting to think I need to try this with other types of fighters. No, they are not even taking the orders, so... I've had this happen before. And this is either the fighters that are... the repair fighters that are completely broken, or the build is not right. I'll have to check. Anyway, I'm gonna try to find a different type of fighter. Just to make sure. I'm trying to recollect how did I organize the interior on that build I show you, because it was working, and I remember it wasn't a single block of anger either. It was 3 pieces, a larger piece and 2 smaller pieces. And the smaller pieces were the ones coming out on top. So it should work. But I'm thinking that I had the big piece inside the ship was connected to the smaller hangar pieces. And here it was not. Okay, let's see. They have salvaging fighters. Yeah. Hold on a second. I'll blow you up in any second now. Okay, this is a repair fighter. This is repair fighter. We need 2 more salvagers. Not enough space in the hangar. Okay. Okay, good to know. So, it's at max capacity. So, who are you? Oh, some idiot pirates. Iruk pirates. The Iruk pirates are going to die. Amazing. I was able to miss both the cannon and the railgun shots. Okay. What? Oh, come on. You're a damn cruiser. You can't take that thing down? Seriously? So, mining, rename to mining crew, and you rename to salvaging crew. Okay, let's see if the salvagers come out or not. Nope. Okay, so clearly something is wrong with my build. So let's see if I can fix it somehow. Let's try to... I think I destroyed all my fighters by doing this, but it's okay. I'll buy more. This should be functional, right? They're still here, they didn't get destroyed. Cool. That means I probably still have some anger somewhere inside it. Let's see. Well, they are definitely not working. But yeah. I have lights near everything, I think. But that was never a problem before. But in direct contact, I don't think so. Okay, let me see. Copy, paste. Why is it red on this side? Hmm. I guess my only option at this point, to be absolutely certain, is to load up a previous design that I know for certain was working and see if it's working currently. I just don't think I have enough resources to do that. Maybe I do. I don't know, let's see. Yeah, this one already has Xanian implemented, so... Yeah, this is a very old design that still uses pancakes of thrusters, which of course are completely ineffective by now. This thing has... Well, I'm not even gonna waste time with it, because it's impossible to fly at this point. But I just want to understand if the fighters actually work or not, because I know this design is supposedly working. Yeah. Yeah, fighters are dead. Completely dead. Absolutely dead. So fighters are not working, which is strange because nobody complained about it, so... So, I guess we established it's not the ship or the build, it's the fighters that seem to have some problem. So I'm gonna go back to this, or possibly even this, because if it's not working, I better make sure that the original design I had is functional. Let's see. Let me ask on Discord if Devious is around. Yeah, he's probably away from keyboard because he's logged on. Yeah, my ship doesn't turn at all. Oh my god. So I guess the design was this one or this one. Or actually this one. Is everything alright? Nobody died? Oof. I'm being an idiot, guys. Never mind. A shout out to whoever guesses what the problem is. Because I already did. I just figured out what the problem is. The problem is that I'm an idiot. So... That's right, Pseudobrain. Pilots! Who would have thought of something as basic as hiring pilots? Pilots. You need more sergeants. Okay. You need more lieutenants. Okay. Ah! Lieutenants here. Need more commanders. Oh, great. Commanders. So now we need to find commanders. Didn't I see a military post somewhere? No commanders. Captains, no commanders. Commanders! Slow down. Woo. Okay, commanders. Let's hire them all. Oh, you need more generals. Okay, let's hire just 4 of them. Or 2 of them. 1 of them? Okay, 2 of them. Okay, we got 3 captains, 2 commanders, 2 untrained lieutenants. Do you have 24 sergeants? Let's get 9. You need more lieutenants. Let's place a few then. Let's get some sergeants too. Few more mechanics. And let's look for pilots finally. Ooh, pirates. You only have 8, but you only have 3. I'm not even gonna bother with that. I'm just gonna look for yeah. Who are you? Oh, Pretoria. He's not even online. I better leave this sector to keep his ship safe. Let's just hire some pilots. There they are. All of a sudden, all of them ejecting and coming out. Wahaha! Okay, time to come back home. Real quick. So they can enter perfectly fine. And I'd say that positioning them like positioning the exits like this, I usually prefer to do it like this than make the exits lateral or to the front like in the other ship I loaded. Mostly because of movement. Because if for some reason you end up being moving while they are entering or exiting, having the entrance pointing to the front may cause you to ram them or crash against them. Same thing, I guess, if you place it to the sides and you have a fat behind, the same thing can happen. I guess if I had placed it in here, like I was thinking at last, it would also be functional, because even if I was moving, they would be dropped off and fall behind without getting crashed by me. So what's the matter? Not enough crew quarters? Your ship is overpopulated, of course. So let's see. We have 44 engineers. Okay. And total crew 174. That's quite a lot above what we can carry. So either we let go a few, or we give them more crew quarters. We can add more crew quarters either very obviously and without much of a trouble, like this, for example. We can place it down here too. Something more or less like this. Now the exhaust is to the side, so we can actually glue it. No harm done. So let's glue it up there. And let's extend it a little more to get to the surface. And now and ending up with a couple of flat surfaces facing forward can sometimes actually be an interesting feature, although it may make the ship look a little more blocky. You can always take advantage of these spaces to either place corners like this or edges to make the ship look more aerodynamic, or sometimes I also like to do something a little more crazy. I don't know, something like this. I just think they are probably a little bit too long. So too many needles. But okay, let's remove this and let's see, maybe something like, I actually think I saved This is an old internal part with blade thrusters. Ha. What I was looking for was... this, which is a little more simple. I think I made it of iron. Yeah, we need to change that. There. Okay. Transform block. Framework. Ah! And the light. Iron glow. Nope. And still need to cover this. Somewhat. Okay. Now... What the hell? I guess... This isn't here. This is more... like this. Ah ha 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 ha. No, really. Ah ha 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 ha. Ooh, who got here? Not enough crew. Not enough crew quarters. That causes morale to go down. Is that it? Yep. Two ships, so Ethan and Pretoria. So Ethan just arrived. Gonna have to take care of these guys, or Okay. That's enough to have room for everyone. Let's just place the weapons. So double mining turrets can go on these columns. Needs to be made of nanite or better. Salvaging turret can go here, and laser turret can go here. Bolter turret right there. Railguns needs trinium or better. Okay, I've made trinium right here, I guess. To be able to use as weapon holders. And these are also cannons and railguns. So let's see these cannons. No more turrets of this type. Yeah, that's likely. Because I unequipped one of these modules. I guess it can stay. Right here. The laser will not be harmed by it because it has no point in aiming in that direction. It would always have the head in the way, so I guess it's ready. We probably don't have enough gunners. Let's go! Everything ready. So that's Pretoria. And what about Eton? Did he jump out? Yeah, he moved on. Let's see if we can find him. So let's see the trades. Nothing special. Let's jump. Oh, look! A nice invasion. I guess these guys want to party. Yairuk pirates. I'm not gonna let you attack such a friendly neighborhood. Nice. Hey, a lot of fighters. Wow. Who's driving these fighters? Who do they belong to? The collective of Gib Troubles. The Gib Tubies. Okay. But having those fighters attacking the ship like that will cause me to attack your fighters by mistake. Haha! Man, those fighters are deadly. Who's still firing? Whoa! There are some enemy fighters too. But these are friendly. Okay. So what the hell? Oh, it's the fighters. You were destroying the fighters. Nice. So now that you defeated them all, you are all retreating. And I am going to harvest this salvage. Salvaging crew, go! Hehe, hehehehehehehe. The salvagers do their job. So repair and mining. Okay. We better call the fighters back. So I guess it's time to start exploring a little to try and find some mines and resources. So the price really went up for buying resources on depots. Well, I guess this, to all extents and purposes, this is not what I had planned. So we restarted the server yesterday, and I decided that I was gonna race to try and gather resources and money to build the project I have in my head. And to get there, I decided to build a small ship, an older design I had. And then today the update came, bringing two new blocks. So I had to rework the entire ship to integrate those blocks. And that made this ship effectively the first ship I made fully integrated with the new thruster blocks, gyro arrays, and also inertia dampeners. Nothing special from these guys to sell. crazy. So the thruster, internal thrusters actually shine across the armor. So I guess they were hunting the final fighters. Let's pick up this loot. And finally, let's take another jump. No mines. Let's jump over here and then over there to see if we can find some friendly trades in this area. A research station is actually what I really needed to find at this point. Ta-da! Now let's go to the research station, finally, to research all these things. and also make some money with these trades. So we can go here, buy 73 teleporters, and warheads. Only 7. Okay, since we're all trading just in this sector, let's get some cargo bay and let's add it like crazy. Okay, let's try to carry a few more. $73 teleporters. Buy. We also need warheads and medical supplies. Warheads and medical supplies. How many medical supplies? All they have. What else? Laser heads also to take 720 to the equipment dock. 720. And finally, we also have guns at the gun factory to take to the military outpost. $2,040. I can only buy 1,000 231. Oh, go for a walk. Yeah, an hostile act, but you need to deal with those guys first. So let's go to the research station. So yeah, I know it's a pain to lose your ship, but it happens every now and then. If you're traveling too fast. But that's a mistake everyone does at first. And as you grow more experienced, you'll learn that you should always avoid to go at max speed. Flying your ship at max speed and exaggerating on the thrust is the most easy way to get yourself killed. Okay, time to do some research. Research! Finally, research! Okay, auto research settings, rarity, upgrades, turrets. No, I don't want automatic. Not yet. Nice, nice. Yeah, yeah. Thanks for the info, Voltov. You can just right-click it. I always forget about that. Um, I'm kind of afraid to use this auto research, though. Since I don't know how exactly it will work, how many items it will use to do the upgrades. Yeah, that's what I thought. I rarely use the 5 items, so... Alright. All of a sudden, we made profit. And the profit will be on the medical supplies. So we spent about 10 millions to fill our hold. And we have already recovered the 10 millions and still have all the medical supplies to sell. Medical supplies that we'll need to sell. Right there. Let's see if the equipment station has anything else that we might want. Nope. Medical supplies. Let's take it and make the profit. And then we'll see. So teleporters, I don't think there are any more. Yeah. All of this has been depleted. Except maybe... No, actually I think these two. Yeah. Guns from the gun factory. Now, okay. And weapons. Double plasma turret. Triple chain gun made of iron. And either a bolt turret or a railgun. Okay guys, I'm gonna make a small break to rest for a while. I've been streaming for half a day, so I'm gonna make a little break and I'll return a little later, probably about lunchtime, to continue this adventure on Rusty's Galaxy. So thanks for watching guys, and see you all later.